Something is really strange here. I can see then the an this chat. By the way, the YouTube chat doesn't go to the YouTube is connected right now. So if you want to chat, you have to. Hey, we'll still try a little until here. Right now, I have a problem with YouTube chat, which does connect, but is as it is. If you want high quality, go. Okay, let's start. Let's start. Let me first show you what today's Hold My Beer stream will be like. So, here. That's if you want to pose questions in German. I will answer both English and German then, because I think it's mostly for an English-speaking audience. Okay. Hey, it is as it is. Let's get started. Um, um, Let me show you what the initial problem is. This session had its root in um, in this talk. He has an article, Abandonware of the Web. Um, this he reminds us that there was an API for HTML table. Like, you could create your own table. You could then automatically add data to this. So, as opposed to server-side rendering, where you really write out all the table code, you would be able to do this programmatically. Of course, display would follow. He then continues showing some like what the API actually is. Then here comes the big part. For example, there is no way to create a table head. And also, of course, there's no table footer. The API is outdated, maybe deprecated. And then he says, however, seeing much of the pain it is to create tables, it would be fun to revisit this API and add more functionality to it. This line kind of grabbed me because there is a possible way, the wrong way. There is a right way how to do it. This is what we are going to explore right now. I will this will be first about the problem, then the plan, how to solve it, and then the big hold my beer moment, something that will be new. And then there will be the coding session, and I hope all of this will be done in about 4 hours at the max. I will explain a lot in the beginning, and I think the coding session for all of this will not be that long. And afterwards, there will be afterthoughts, and there will be if somebody wants to join. Okay. Let's look up what we. No time for error handling. If you are on YouTube, come on over to Twitch. Also, it's better for the view. Then yeah, let's talk about what we want to what's the wrong way to do it. Okay, in JavaScript, you always have the option to override table option, because actually there is HTML table element that you can modify. But this is a big no-no, because this is actually the internal HTML table element of the browser. So if you, your library or in your code, overwrite this table, you introduce the risk that if the rest of the page, for example, uses more code, that your code will have side effects with the other code by naming properties or methods or something like that. If both use the same, of course, well, you're in problem. The way to do it is using a web component. You could write a web component that includes a table, but somehow adds more adds more functionality to it. This would then require you to write another interface for that and to do a lot of additional work that probably will lead to code that's hardly maintainable. More than that, if you define plain web component like with vanilla JavaScript, you do not really have the table in your hand anymore, especially if it's in the shadow DOM. So there is no way of a clear, concise, defined API that you can reach from outside. What you would ideally want is a web component that somehow turns into a real HTML element, but still retains the same functionality. So, at this point, I had a discussion. That was before I read that blog article from Christian. At this point, a bit before, I had a discussion with Hugo, who is a co-streamer, and he told me about how he solved problems like that in C++. And he used a technology that involved having a private constructor that you couldn't call from outside, and then a static create method that created the element in question. Those technologies I tried out in type, and I couldn't really get it to work. It just wasn't web compliant. Next thing that came to my mind was trying. Oh no, and while I was trying out, I found out a big aha that I already had the technology in my framework or in my library, whatever you call it. I already had it in there. And the funny thing is that there was never even one instance where there was a use case for it. So I had an unused technology in my framework that for some reason I didn't throw out, even so I had no idea what to do with it. I just didn't throw it out. Unused part, so to say. Then I tried this technology, and I was stunned. It worked on the first spot. And it was a big aha. So anyway, what we will achieve today is a method to define a web component that somehow, when you put it on your website, turns into a standard HTML element, like a table, could be a div, a span, or whatever, but still has the same functionality that the web component would have had. So we'll start with preparations, some of which I will do just to account. The first thing I will do is I will create a GitLab. Will create a GitLab project that will hold the code. By the way, the repository will be available. It's a public one, and you will later find the link to it in the description. Okay. Awesome table. Yeah. Yeah. What moment? Hey, there's some construction. House. So anyway, continue with that. will follow template pro that starts off a web component. Only contains a template for your project. Already have the directory, already have the directory. will not use it. We have a source directory. We have component. First, we will change this name my and component right here. We'll change this to awesome. Want to take. That is a convention in my because it maps a tag name like awesome dash table to the directory's source awesome slash table dot t. So then, of course, this one will have the wrong. Leave that in here. Do we have here? One is eight words. Table. Element registry. Um, um, okay. I'll make it a bit long. What is happening here? Should be louder now. Ah, I know what that was. Put volume was down. Oh, is it better now? Okay, okay. Better now? Yeah, loud enough. Should be better now. So, yeah, okay. By the way, hi Mario. Okay, what we have done here is we have defined a table. And we have stored that in a web component definition so that this awesome table web component, once you put it in the page, will display um, the awesome table. Let's check this. Next thing we do, we look at assets. Because we have a demonstration page, we leave style.css in here for now. And this one will not be my component. It will be awesome minus table. Then, of course, in here, as a web component, we need awesome minus table. Okay, that's how far we will go for now. Then we need some terminals. We need two. The first one we will use to run the build. Let's see what we have here. That's okay. We will think about the errors later. We will go to public here. And we will start the website, which will reside in the public directory right here. Okay, now let's look at Webpack configuration. The entry is build. Awesome minus component. Awesome table, of course. Will be for it will be for production. Awesome table, min.js, and minimize is true. This will enable minification. Okay, let's see what we have here then. There will still be errors, I guess. Yes, of course. Let's see what we have in build. Oh, of course it's table right here. uh, okay. That is okay. Now let's see what we have here. Public look like Looks like nothing. See what happened here. Type doc. Okay, of course. That is awesome table. Awesome table. Type.config. We will just run along the box that it shows us. Okay, now we have more. We have some TypeDoc documentation, which will be automatically generated. And I have no idea why I have a git ignore and GitLab CI in here. Where does that come from? I don't know. Anyway, for now I will commit that and push it. Initial. We'll publish the branch. Okay. Okay. And this is because we didn't correctly define this is because we did not correctly define the names and modules and so on and so forth. So what do I do now? I want a new window. This one I will just copy from another window that I already have, from another project. Go to GitLab. What do we have? I think we have it. No, we open package.json. Simple text editor. And we copy some settings. And those settings we will put in here in the package. Package.json. You please don't okay. We already have type as module. We already have the scripts. We already have the dep dependencies. Author, license, main is, let's look up dist. Awesome table mint.js. Okay. Repository is two birds. Git. Okay. This is, of course, version. Huh? Okay. Run build. We have now. We have an index that hopefully refers to that. Correct. At which point I'm inclined to work. So then let's open. No. Let's look at the results. Post. Okay. Answered. What do we have? Okay. We have an awesome table, and from the data MC, get bigger. From the data MC in here, I know that this is a tag that contains a microcomponent. I'll go to console. I can do a $0 dot underscore MC. I open it and I see that my awesome table class that I defined is already in there. Now comes a real nice little neat trick. Something I'm pretty proud about, because this is the first time ever that my library does something that no other library can do. And I'm pretty sure about it. We will now turn this web component into a normal table. Okay, let's do it. This is the hold my beer moment, so to say. So let's do it. I will simply pick the code from a discussion I had, simply because it's faster. We have the table component, and we have some table code in here. Let me pick this from the discussion. Here. Okay. Now here comes the code, the real big thing. Okay. I will do some little changes first. Okay, it's not my button, it's awesome minus table, create element table, add class list, add we have no okay, we want to add table, new this target replace with for this code I have to say something. I have to explain this. Why it works and why it will not work in any other framework. First, what happens here? As with, if you define a web component, then the first thing that will run is the constructor, obviously. You cannot do anything with the DOM that is related to the web component itself while you are in the constructor. That is because you have to recognize what the browser does if it happens to stumble over a web component. What it does is it looks up the custom element registry. The custom element registry, the name for that variable is just custom elements, has add methods and get methods. You use it to define your own web component. And you can kind of imagine that every other DOM element is also in there. Like there is an element like div, there's one class for span, and all those classes rely on the HTML element. So they are subclasses of HTML element. When you add your own new element, you simply tell the browser, here is another element that I defined. And by the way, you cannot do this twice. Once you defined it, it is defined. Then when the browser sees the DOM, the HTML code, and he stumbles over your awesome minus table, it will retrieve the class from the custom element registry. It will make a new on it, and that's the part. And afterwards, put it in the DOM at your desired place where you had it as an HTML tag. The point is, it can only put it in the DOM when the constructor has run. Now let's look at the constructor here. The constructor, in this constructor, I cannot call anything because the element is not in the DOM yet. But what I can do is I can kill it immediately. And that's what I do here. If the tag name of the element that I just defined, the tag name is awesome minus table. If this is the tag name, then this constructor will return immediately. That is, it will do nothing. It will be an empty class, so to say. But then, and here comes the magic of the system. In my system, there is one lifecycle hook that I never used, but also never threw out. I don't even know why. It was kind of, yeah, something subconscious made me leave this lifecycle hook in, but I never had an idea how to use it. And that's the init lifecycle. This here is a custom event that runs in my system right after the constructor has finished. And that means that you now, after this, at this point here, you have a working web component with no functionality, so to say, but you have one. And then the system calls the init lifecycle hook, the event. It's only called once, of course. And then this is where we flip everything around. This will look up whether this target table is returned. We will ignore that for now, because in the first case, tag name will be awesome table. Okay, then I create an HTML table element. I will give it my class awesome table, which it will happily ignore. And then I add the same table class that I defined up here under the name table. I could call it awesome table. I add an instance of it to the DOM element. The DOM element is the table element that I just created. So I created a table element that now contains an instance of the class, of the very class that you see here. And with a little magic, I replace, only when this runs for the first time, I will replace the original target, which was awesome table. I will replace it with my newly created table. And then there is something else. When we call new table here and give a table as the target, then the constructor can run, because everything else will run here, because the tag name is table now. So all functionality, whatever I want to do, I can pack in here. And again, now this class is attached to the table element that I just created. And again, my system runs the one init, the one thing that comes after the constructor. But now it runs into this. If it already is a table, now return. So it is a two-step process. In the first step, it ignores the constructor, but uses the OneInit hook to create a real table. Then it adds the class to that table, in which case the whole process repeats. But in this case, the tag name is table and not awesome table. And then all the rest runs. And again, when it's done, it will try to execute the OneInit, but runs into the stop in an early stop here. So all this is done, so to say, twice. But in effect, we have now defined an awesome table that will not stay an awesome table. And now let's see how that works. It's still a web component right here. But when this code has run, there will be no awesome table in the DOM. First, of course, we need to build it. And now we run this again. Now we run this again. We look up elements, and by magic, we have a table. What have we done here? We have defined a web component that does not construct a web component, but a table. Simple, plain HTML table. What do you think about it, Mario? What do you think about it? Du kannst auch ruhig auf Deutsch schreiben. Im Moment sind wir ja sowieso unter uns. Glaube ich. I think there are only German-speaking people here. So if there are if there's anyone that speaks English, please ping me so I know that I have to repeat it in English. Okay. Mario, bist du noch da? Hänschen, piep einmal. Aha. Da ist wohl jemand abwesend gerade. Ah, jetzt wieder. Hast du den letzten Teil nicht mitgekriegt? Okay. Ich werde es für dich nochmal, die anderen haben es dann auf Englisch gehört, ich sage es für dich nochmal auf Deutsch. Ich bin nämlich gerade am wichtigsten Punkt gewesen. Nee, ich habe das jetzt schon alles am Laufen. Aber wir schauen uns mal den Code an, mit dem wir es jetzt gerade zu tun haben. Hey. The problem here. Doch nicht den Microcomponent Code sehen. Diesen Code sehen, so war's. Okay. Mario, guck dir mal den Code an, vom Konstruktor und vom OneInit. Ich gebe dir die Information, dass der OneInit immer nach dem Konstruktor läuft. Das ist der eine einzige Lifecycle, den Event, den ich habe. Verstehst du in etwa, was hier passiert? Oder soll ich es gleich erklären? Das hier ist nämlich die Magie. Das ist der Zauber. Das ist der wichtigste Teil von der ganzen Geschichte. Okay, also, wenn ich eine also hier unten definiere ich ja eine Webkomponente, AwesomeTable, und gebe dir diese Klasse mit. Table. Die Klasse wird hier oben definiert. Das heißt, wenn ich dieses Ding hier als Tag in mein HTML stecke, dann wird tatsächlich eine Webkomponente AwesomeTable erzeugt. Wenn ich jetzt das hier mal auskommentiere und das hier auch, dann habe ich ja einfach eine leere Klasse. Also, ich baue das nochmal und ich lasse es mir anzeigen. Dann sehe ich habe hier eine Webkomponente und das mit dem Data-MC, das weißt du ja, und der Property, das brauche ich jetzt nicht nochmal zu erklären. Also tatsächlich ist das eine Webkomponente und die hat eine Klasse drin, eine Microcomponent. Soweit ist das ja sicher klar. Das ist das Einfachste, um eine Webkomponente zu definieren. Und jetzt kommt die Magie. Ich will aber keine Webkomponente, ich will tatsächlich einen echten Table. Was tue ich also, wenn es immer noch der Tag-Name AwesomeTable ist? Tu nix. Ich höre einfach auf. Ich brauche den AwesomeTable gar nicht. Aber nachdem dieser Konstruktor gelaufen ist, läuft ja diese OneInit. Und jetzt kann man sich ja einfach vorstellen, wir nehmen das mal kurz raus, weil das zeige ich nachher erst. Was brauchen wir tatsächlich? Wir brauchen einen Table. Also konstante Table, HTML Table Element, kreiere mir einen Table. Super. Und der kriegt dann auch noch die Klasse AwesomeTable. Die werde ich später mal als CSS-Klasse irgendwie ein bisschen zum Definieren benutzen. Und dann hänge ich an der Stelle das hier als Klasse, als DOM-Komponente, als Micro-Component, hänge ich in meinen richtigen Table rein, den echten Table, den ich gerade generiert habe. Dieselbe Klasse, diese Klasse, die eigentlich als Web-Komponentenklasse gedacht ist, die hänge ich da rein. Und jetzt passiert hier an der Stelle, wo New Table steht, passiert genau dasselbe, was der Browser vorher mit dem AwesomeTable gemacht hat. Er hat New aufgerufen, damit ist er im Konstruktor gelandet. Der Konstruktor war sofort zu Ende, keine Funktion, aber nach dem Konstruktor war AwesomeTable tatsächlich im DOM. Und weil AwesomeTable jetzt tatsächlich im DOM ist, kann ich, nachdem das hier gelaufen ist, den Original AwesomeTable ersetzen mit meinem Table. Das ist durchgelaufen, dann läuft das und jetzt ist statt meines AwesomeTable ist ein originaler Table drin und der hat immer noch nein, nicht this.add, es muss dc.add heißen. Ich habe mir das überlegt. Es gibt, das ist eine statische Methode, keine Methode, die man auf das Element selbst ausführt. Das würde zu Problemen führen. Okay, also dieser Table wird mit dem Namen, also zu diesem Table, zu dem Original, zu dem echten, wird mit dem Namen AwesomeTable diese Klasse jetzt hinzugefügt. Und was passiert jetzt? Jetzt ist das hier natürlich der Tagname nicht mehr AwesomeTable, sondern nur noch Table. Und damit macht er jetzt den ganzen Rest, der vielleicht noch nötig wird. Das werden wir dann noch sehen. Und dann, wenn er damit fertig ist, dann will er wieder in die One-Init. Ja, das habe ich ja gesagt. Es wird immer, dieser eine Lifecycle-Event wird immer aufgerufen. Aber jetzt muss ich natürlich aufpassen, dass ich den nicht nochmal erzeuge, sonst kriegen wir eine endlose Schleife. Jetzt muss ich halt irgendwie feststellen, ob wir schon tatsächlich ein Table haben. Und das passiert hiermit. Wenn der Tagname vom Target Table ist, fertig. Dann tu nichts. Das heißt, im ersten Lauf des Konstruktors habe ich die Webkomponente korrekt erzeugt und im zweiten Lauf äh, und, und danach den OnInit aufgerufen. Und im OnInit habe ich dann den tatsächlichen Table erzeugt, dieselbe Klasse oben dran gehängt, wodurch auch hier wieder dieser Konstruktor läuft und das Ganze dann den Table ersetzt. Machen wir das nochmal. Warte mal, ich muss es jetzt natürlich wieder speichern. So, gespeichert. npm run build. So, also im vorigen Mal, wo wir das leer gelassen hatten alles, da wurde ein Awesome Table erzeugt. Jetzt läuft dieser ganze Konstruktorgeschichte zweimal. Also laden wir es neu und guck's dir an. Aus meinem Awesome Table wurde automatisch ein Table. Was sagst du dazu? Und der Code ist noch verständlich. Das muss man sich mal überlegen. Den Code kann man noch verstehen. Ich benutze einfach dieselbe Klasse, die die Web-Komponente erzeugt. Ich benutze dieselbe Klasse als interne Microcomponent sozusagen, was ich ja sowieso tue im Prinzip. Mache einen Commit vor dem Stand hier, also Normal Web Component. Okay, das kann ich machen. Okay. Ja, genau, dann nenne ich das Standard Web Component, das ist gut. Das ist eine gute Idee. Na, komm hin. Hier, bitte. Ich habe gerade ein bisschen meine Ansicht verschossen. Nochmal. Okay. Also, das muss man verdauen, aber es ist immer noch einfach. Ich mache mal zwei Commits jetzt. Ich mache mal zwei Commits jetzt. Beim ersten Mal lasse ich das noch weg. Ich gehe mal zurück. Control. War das, was ich dir gezeigt habe. Da habe ich es. So, das ist die alte Klasse. Das speichere ich mal ab. Ich mache einen Bild. Und das Ganze geht dann die Versionsverwaltung als Simple Web Component. Nenne ich awesome -tail Web Component. Commit. Commit. Okay. simple web. Sync changes. Okay. Now packen wir wieder alles rein. Okay. Now it's converted to simple table. Then converted to simple table. Muss mal ganz kurz was gucken. Irgendwas bei den Einstellungen ändern, damit ich hier nicht immer aufrufen muss. Damit ich mich nicht immer einloggen muss. Okay. Ähm, Package JSON add to. Okay. Ja, aber da gibt es noch eine Besonderheit. Du musst nämlich in der Package JSON musst du den Namen noch ändern. Add two birds / my awesome table. Dann, wenn du das gemacht hast, ich mache jetzt gerade mal einen Version Bump in der Package.json. Nenn das mal Version 02. So, dann wird das natürlich wieder gepackt. Drin. Das Ganze heißt einfach Version Bump. Dann wird es gepusht. Ja. Melde dich, wenn du zurück bist, bitte. Dann mache ich nämlich jetzt mal eine Rauchpause. This is so beautiful, really. Aha, so ist gut. Musste jetzt, glaube ich, mal neu starten, weil ich was geändert habe. Also nicht neu starten das Ganze, sondern nur hier das Projekt. Recent. Weil er sonst mit Git nicht erkennt, dass ich da was geändert habe. Okay. Hm. So, was meinst du denn bisher? Wenn du noch Fragen hast, ich erkläre so lange, bis es dir klar ist. Ich lasse dich auch gerne noch mal ein bisschen den Code an. Ein Custom-Element, im Grunde kann man das genauso sehen. Das, also ein Custom-Element erbt von HTML-Element. A custom element inherits from the HTML element. Like div. Div, the name of div is HTML. The name of the div class is HTML div element, and it has a superclass HTML element. Same for span, HTML span element, which inherits from HTML element. A custom element just has another name. Kann ich es auf Englisch erklären? Oder soll ich es lieber auf Deutsch? Ja, ich erkläre es mal lieber auf Deutsch. Das ist völlig egal. Wenn der Konstruktor gelaufen ist, dann habe ich erfolgreich mein Custom Element erzeugt. Dann ist das auch im DOM. Was später damit passiert, ist ja dem DOM egal, weil das musste ich auch löschen können, also oder auch ersetzen. Das heißt, ich erzeuge das Ding, das steht für eine Millisekunde lang, steht das im DOM. Und dann wird es durch den ersten Lauf von OneInit wird es ersetzt. Nein, das ist genau der Punkt. Der Standard Table wird nicht angefasst. Ich überschreibe nur das, ich überschreibe nur das Custom Element, was ich vorher drin hatte. Genau, ich überschreibe nur das Custom Element, was ich vorher drin hatte, mit einem Table. Und was mein System sowieso kann, ist, dass es an jedes normale Element, wie ein Diff, ein Span und sonst irgendwas, eben eine Microcomponent dranhängen kann. Oder viele. Das heißt, im ersten Lauf wird im Konstruktor die Web-Komponente erzeugt, die Custom Component, dann wird sie in OnInit mit dem Table ersetzt. Aber bevor sie mit dem Table ersetzt wird, wird dieselbe Klasse nochmal an den Table drangehängt. Damit ist im Prinzip dasselbe zweimal aufgerufen worden, wenn du so willst. Nicht dieselbe Klasseninstanz, aber nicht wirklich der identische Konstruktor von dieser Instanz, sondern es wurde eben nochmal instanziert. Aber diesmal läuft dann die andere Schiene ab. Beim ersten Mal läuft der Konstruktor nicht, dafür aber OneInit. Beim zweiten Mal läuft der Konstruktor, aber dafür OneInit nicht. Und das Ganze ist immer noch ein ganz normaler Table. Genau. Define, das unten hier. Meintest du jetzt das Add hier oder das Define hier unten? Define CE. Define CE speichert das nur ab in der Custom Element Registry. Das ist eine einzige Klasse, die beides kann, die sowohl eine Webkomponente korrekt definiert, aber auch diese korrekt definierte leere Webkomponente direkt durch den Table ersetzt. Er ruft sie ja immer auf. Das ist ein Lifecycle-Event. Wenn ich einen Konstruktor mache auf mein DC oder MC oder egal was ich von mir verwende, dieser Init-Callback, ja, dieser Event, der wird immer aufgerufen. Das heißt, beides wird zweimal aufgerufen, der Konstruktor und beides mal das OneInit. Aber beim ersten Mal läuft eben der Konstruktor nicht, weil er sofort. Genau. Nee, Define.ce führt nicht zum Aufruf. Define.ce führt nur dazu, dass diese Klasse gespeichert wird. Zum Aufruf führt der Moment, wo das DOM beim Rendern erkennt, aha, diese Webkomponente habe ich, weil die ist in der Registry. Also holt er die Klasse aus der Registry und führt sie aus auf diese Web Component, auf dieses Custom Element. Und wie gesagt, beim ersten Mal ist es ja immer noch Awesome Table. Genau. Beim ersten Mal ist es ja immer noch Awesome Table, deshalb hört er sofort auf. Aber mein System führt dann noch den Callback aus hier, diesen hier, OneInit. Und hier stellt er zuerst fest, nein, das ist bisher noch kein Table, also ersetzt er ihn dann. Aber die Funktionalität von der Klasse, die braucht er ja immer noch. Also tut er an den Table diese neue Klasse dran. Und erst dann ersetzt er das Ganze im DOM. Ist das nicht ein genialer Trick? Kannst du dir irgendein Framework vorstellen, mit dem das geht? This is something that works in no other framework. Definitely not. It works nowhere in no framework except in mine, in my framework or in my library. But more than that, if you want to emulate the same functionality, you'll be pretty hard pressed to do this successful. This is something that does not exist in the internet. It does not exist in the web. A web component that creates a standard web. Okay, let's do this. Let's do the first. Elements. Okay, let's think about what do we have here. We have. But just make this smaller. Okay, we have awesome table. And now, something before we even start with functionality, something is definitely missing. Because an empty table is an empty table. So the next thing we should think about is, what else do we need? So that is straightforward. We need a table head, we need a table body, and we need a table footer. Yeah, it's as easy as that. Now let's make this. I'm simply copying this small piece of code. And now I create a new folder. I call it table. This is by convention. And I make a new file. This time I call it awesome table header.ts. I copy paste that code. That is still okay. The class name is table header. The web component name will be awesome table header. Because you will be able to use this standalone, only the header, if you like. Is it t-head? Yeah, it should be t-head. Table head is I have to look that up in MDN. What the class name for that is? Or maybe it goes like this. Table element, table cell, table call, table row. Table. No, it's not. Look it up. I have to look it up. MDN. Yeah, I can do that. Okay, it's I won't do a lot with it anyway. So dc.add table head, awesome table header, a new table header. And this will get table head. This target replaced with table head. Awesome table head, table head. Awesome table header, awesome table header, table header. Okay, now we have a table header. And that's the way we do progress. Yeah, header. What do I use? Table head. Yeah, I see. Awesome table head done. Head. Table head. Table head. Okay. Ja, ich nenne es Head. I'll call it Head because let's see. Awesome table head. Awesome table. Okay. So now what do we do? To test this. Table. Ah, das. Wie war denn das noch? Ja, aber wie war denn das noch? Wieso kommt er hier jetzt nicht auf? Müsste er das nicht an dieser Stelle erkennen? Bin mir da nicht ganz im Klaren drüber. Hm. Oder muss ich ihm das, kann das sein, dass ich ihm das bekannt machen muss? PS-Config. Ja, das ist mir eben nicht ganz klar. Wie war denn das noch? Ja, aus einfach mit, hätte das vielleicht sein? Add from, nee. Ja, er erkennt es nicht. Ach so. It is declared, but it is not. Der Fehler ist ein anderer. Ähm, okay. Hm. Ja, ich gucke gleich in die TS-Config. Die eigentlich, fehlt die hier? Ne, die ist da. Big, da war ich eben drin. Source für Add. Ah, hier kann ich was machen. Source, Node Module, Dash, awesome. Und source.awesome table. So, dann kann ich es mit add wahrscheinlich aufrufen. Könnte ich hier Dash. Ah, Genau. Source Stern. Mit den ganzen. Ups. Geht nicht. Geht nicht. Ach so. Ja. Aber wo dann? Alias. Kann ich. Ah. Eventuell. Dann. Ihr nimmt das. Jetzt. Versucht immer noch eine JavaScript-Datei daraus zu ziehen. Oh, mal, was er da vorgeschlagen hat. Awesome Table Head. Table Head. Portiert. Awesome Table Head habe ich das genannt. Ja, na klar. Awesome Table Head. Sollte das funktionieren? Ja. Hm, Okay. Okay. Aus dem Verdacht, dass da noch irgendein Fehler drin ist, aber ich. Ja, guck mal da. Awesome Table Head. Ja, geil. Na, da ist ja klar, wie es weitergeht. Die Head. Ey. Ah, jetzt wird's schön. Copy. Name. Body. Komm gleich dahin. Und Rename. Heißt die Futter, oder? Heißt es Futter oder heißt es Food? Food. Ja, ja, da müssen wir dann noch mal gucken. Aber nee, nee, der Modules, das ist als Module definiert. Stimmt schon. Warte mal, so, jetzt lass mich mal ganz kurz. Table Body, Futter. Table Body. Okay. Upp. Hey. Schauen wir weiter. So. Okay. Hm. Pardon? T-Head, T-Body. Wie war es noch? Heißt es jetzt Foot oder Futter? Ach, ich muss gucken. Ah, T-Head, T-Body. T-Foot heißt's. Okay. Ah, okay. Ich muss mal kurz gucken, ob im Internet sich was getan hat hier. Ähm, ähm, Im Moment geht er erstmal. Wir müssen das nachher testen, wie das richtig, also wie das richtig gemacht werden muss. Es sei denn, du weißt aus dem Kopf die Lösung. Ähm, T-Foot, T-Foot, Tablefoot und so weiter. Add, Klick kommt nach vorne, Table. Tests habe ich nicht. Und Source, Stern, Stern, Punkt, Stern ist eingefügt. Ja, aber das erkennt er sonst nicht. Obwohl das so in der TS-Config drin steht. Er sagt immer JS. Das versteht er. Oder muss ich es hier? Warte mal. Ja, kennt er nicht. Nur so. Ich habe das schon mal gehabt. Ich bin da noch nicht ganz klar drüber, was da die beste Variante ist. Aber lass uns erstmal das hier erzeugen. Ja, that's the joy. Ei Fruchtehaarer. Now Fruchtehaarer, you can see what I'm doing with it. I'm creating a table from web components that actually constructs a real table. Okay, you see this is all web components here. They are stored as web components, like here, awesome table. Now let me run the build. Let me reload it. Let me open it. You see that? I defined a web component that I stored in the web component in the custom elements registry as a web component, but it creates real HTML, standard HTML. Name any library or framework that can do that. There is none. I bet there is none. No, of course not, because these are not web components. They are converted to normal DOM elements. So there will be no on connect or on disconnect or something like that. But you still have the life cycle because you are you will be running constructor on it. So at least you have on connect. So that I can store them in the web component registry. And they must be classes, and they must be easy classes. You cannot replicate this functionality. If you wanted to do that with vanilla JavaScript, you'd be dead lost. That may be, because it's the only place in the browser where you can really store, let's say, any type of value. Module. Module suffixes. Like here, .ts. Target. Here's next. Oh, Oh, I see. Look at that. Ah, there was a previous value. Target is next. Okay. Again. Now let's close that. Then let's reload it. Yeah. Target is property assignment. Ah. Stimmt doch. Das hatten wir denn bevor? Ah, ich habe eine Ahnung. Ja, na klar, der Komma hängt da hinten irgendwo dran. Jetzt macht das ohne Probleme, oder? Oder das ohne Probleme? VM Run Build, ja. Ja. What's the problem with long comments? No, it's not 138. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah, but still, why do I have to put a JS at the end of the import? Module node next. I think this is needed to doesn't regard this. Really, in the TypeScript configuration, in tsconfig, I'd rather leave that for now to stay on my path. Omitting extensions. Okay, now I need two more elements because inside the head, body, and footer, we can have TR elements and we can have table cell elements. Okay, so let's continue with this. New file. TR. Dot yes, and new file. PD yes. Okay. Table minus header. This cannot work because how would you? Okay, let's first get this here done. So we come to a point because this is something that I would like to do in the end. Let's copy code from here, do the same stuff, put it here, run over it. We are in TR. R. TR. So R. R. Come on, come. Awesome take. Row for table row. Table row, awesome table row. Row. Table row. Awesome table row. 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 Plus. No. Oof. By the way, Vruchtenhagel. A map. What? Same thing. What is that same thing that you mean? Okay, we have the table row. Let's copy that. Go to the Okay, awesome table. That looks good. Now, yes, I know it is nothing special, but you cannot access its elements directly. And also it has protection against overwriting. So if I want to define a web component, then nobody else can define the web component and so interfere with my like namespace, so to say. Okay. Um, you cannot say, for example, you cannot you can do a get on you can do a define on it. Custom elements dot define. This will only work if the name is not yet defined. If it is already defined, nothing happens. And the custom elements dot get is the only way to access the data directly. Yes. You have no like a map. It's different from yeah. Map has that get. Okay. Uh, um, yeah, it's a map. Syntactically, it's a map. Okay, I'm with you. Got me again. Okay. Now, what do we have here? We have a table. But now, for the rest, we must do something different. Okay. Every table has a head, a foot, and a body. But it may be that there's nothing in there. So now we will add some more magic. First, do I want the data to be here and defined here? I want to now make an observable that automatically fills in all the data, which is in principle pretty easy. I want to have a data object that defines head, body, and foot, and this will contain an array of arrays where each line you want to add to the head will be the inside part of that data. Like this. let me just put it here. Const table data is, this is just to show what it would be like. Const table data is add. This is for the array that contains the rows. And then there's an array of data like A, B, whatever, the text content of that row. And the same thing would apply to body and foot. Ja, Mario, gute Nacht. There are several options, and I'm thinking what the best place would be. For one, yeah, for one, let's have a look at this, at the structure that we have so far. Let me compile this. Let's have a look at it. Okay, let's look at the table. I'm already there. Let's say $0 dot underscore MC. This is the container for the inner elements, like awesome table. What I can do is simply adding something to it. I can treat this as any container. So I say it, for example, I add table data. And for now, I make it an empty object. Works. So if I think this is non-live, I have to do that again. If I now look at it, I have table data as an object. What I can also do is I can make table data, this object, I can make it an observable. So when the data in there changes, then magical stuff happens. It's not about what's easier. It's just a proof that things are possible. I know that you are skeptical of this special thing, but this is something that's I'm very adamant about this, because this is something, how do you say, it's a killer application of my system. For whatever reason, if you want to do that, then my system is the only one that could do it. Yes, of course, I know somebody who makes that with background colors and tables. Ruchterhaare, you will not bring me to the point that I will throw away a one-off criteria of my system just because you cannot think of it being useful. I understand your skepticism. But this was something, but this was is a response to a blog post where somebody asked exactly that. And it was not indicated by me. This was indicated by somebody else. Give me a second. I'll be with you. There it is. I'll give you some minutes to read it. It's a very short post. Okay. Gives me some pause for a cigarette again. So did you see it? It's not a question. In the end, he said, it would be nice if somebody would touch it. And that's when I thought, hold my beer. Really? You use this rose gold stuff in Yozo? In your library? Yeah. Okay, then we okay, but then we at least agree that there is a use case for an API like that. Yes, right. So there is a use case for an API like that. We agree on that. Yeah, not for table head, as he said. And yes, you do not need to wrap it in wrap components. What you cannot do is overload the table element itself. At least I hope you didn't do that to give it more functionality. Like uh, like replicating. You can do all you want. It see, it's not about that there is no other functionality that allows to do so. It's not about this. This is just a funny, let's say a funny hold my beer stream. And by the way, maybe maybe some maybe somebody watches this someday, maybe not right now. Maybe somebody watches this and says, well, that's exactly what I want. Yeah. No, no. The likelihood of somebody trying to interfere with my dot underscore MC property is much less than that somebody is fiddling with the original element prototype. Of course, you can do it. You know, it's the likelihood of somebody interfering with underscore MC as a property is negative 100. Oh, let's say close to zero. Yes, that's about it. All of what I'm doing here could eventually be done some other way, but I'm going for something very special. I'm going for a clear and concise interface that is reusable. Don't tell me you want to import 3 million functions in your system. Or maybe you will. Maybe you want to. I don't know. But this is okay. So let's continue. I have two options. Either this will be a property, either the data, the observable, will be a property of the table class that you find in here. This class, awesome table. I could put the data in here, or I could have a property on this general um, uh, object, on the MC property itself. So what I can do, I can show you. Like this section. Then add Now, target. Target is not in the DOM. We have no DOM access. So what I have to do here, I do not here. I do it here. Add table data property. And then new table, and then add table as HTML element. Problem. Clan. Oh, let's hope I don't have to do it. Wait. That's a correct. Dot underscore MC dot table data is an empty object. You need to observe this. Observe. Okay. Oh, it is unobservable. I will compile that. Then we can have a look at what this brings. So, what do we have? We have our table. We can $0 dot underscore MC, have a look at its content. And now we have an observable table data. No, it's still table data. I do something wrong. I think oh, Wrong syntax. Readable. See? Now it isn't observable. And what you would like to do now is you would like to be able to set the data from outside. And what you would do is first we add table data dot observe, just to look at it, data console log data. Okay, and then you would like to do table data is who okay, have a look at it. Table data. Who. Aha. Okay, now we have an observable. The point is being the convention. It's directly a part of underscore MC here. The other option, are you still there, by the way? The other option is to put it inside the table data, inside the table, awesome table class. So, but I think the shorter the access is, the shorter you can reach it from outside, shorter the variable name, so to say, the better it is. Do you agree on that? Hi, Friedfisch. No, that's not particularly. Sorting could be another functionality for a table head, for example. Just another micro component. Once it's done, everything is an add-on. Yes, I could do that. Bait fish. I could do that. Um, okay, anyway, for now, I'm pretty happy that this structure is being created by standard web components. Each of that is defined in a web component. I do not know how long you have been here, Friedfisch, so I do not know how much of that you already have seen. Yeah, okay. But if I do it, let's first do it like this. Yeah, just some idea, but well, really needs some formatting and a bit of cleanup. I said hi earlier. Yeah, I did. Oh, yeah. Did I miss that? Miss that? It's not in the chat list. Are you on YouTube? Because YouTube chat is not aligned here. Ah, up here. Yes, didn't see that one. Uh, yeah. Just to be sure that my functionality is kind of locked so that nobody else can somehow interfere with what I'm doing here. That's the reason why I want to have web components and why I'm using the web component registry. Because once I have a web component defined like this, nobody else will fumble with me, so to say. Well, they can always. Yeah, Roseband and Cospan should work, but I want to test that because I want to have um, a group header and a column header, then below it. Yes, also possible. I wanted to be able to check on the data whether it is HTML element data or node data, if it is of type node or if it is a string. Um, yeah, you'd probably be adding that as an attribute in your own code. I'm not sure whether you can do that in CSS. Can you do that in CSS, Bigfish? Can you define row group and call groups in CSS? Not sure. Let's see. Let's go over that bridge when we get there. Okay. For now, let's let this be just. Yes, that's what I mean. I mean, if you can access the element, can you define row group and call group in CSS? That's simply the question. I'm not sure. I'm definitely not sure. But there's a limit to what I want to do here. You know, this is just a proof of concept. Wait, let's just look it up. MDN CSS call group. Whether this is possible. Does table column group any element? Table caption. Call group. Okay, das ist der HTML-Weg. Hier mal Call Group, HTML, Table Call Group. Doesn't look like it. I think call span would be enough for me here. Calls. I will try that later. Okay, but I just found out I forgot something. One element. One complete element. That's the table caption. So copy this. Copy. Insert. Paste. Rename. Caption. And here in here I for add everywhere, close it, table caption, not caption, because that's what it should be. Document. Table caption. Okay. Okay, see. Table caption. Word or okay. That's done. Oh. Okay. Okay. Um, yeah, I'm not sure. Table head TR, TH. Ah, okay. Und TR-Elements verwenden. Oh, ja, da kommen wir eigentlich fast schon wieder zu weit, weil das geht schon zu tief. This is too much to do now. Ah, yeah. If I start with CH, with the CH element, TH element, then I'll be stuck pretty fast. Okay, but caption is still something that's, let's say, within reach for now. So what we would do for now is just to add the test to see whether the caption appears. Awesome table caption, which is not defined. Awesome table caption from table caption. Okay. Okay, now we should have 4 elements inside. Caption, t-head, t-body, t-foot. But there is a yeah, I know what it is. You cannot see that, but this is constantly redesigned, so to say. Which means we have a ping pong effect here. Table caption, document create element caption, table caption, caption, DC add, aha. Table caption, table caption. Have to be careful with flood replacement. Okay, but for now, data is empty. But we still have all those elements. Now we want, if the data changes, that this will be re-rendered. For now, re-rendered. What do? We go to table. We have added the observable. And now we must define what happens when the observable changes. Let const data observable ist. What about data? Yeah. Okay. Data dot serve. Here comes the callback. Callback is data again. Okay. If, let's make it easy. Data.caption. First. Let's try. First clear the inner HTML. This dot target dot in is empty. Can easily do. What here? Data is object. Serve data. Okay. If data caption. Oh. What? Okay. So now I remove this. Here. Okay. Okay. Run this. And since data is empty, no, that's just to clear it. Das hier meinst du? Ähm, ja, ist richtig. Wird alles gelöscht, weil alle Events und so weiter hängt ja alles an den inneren Elementen. Gibt ja nichts, was von außen, was von innen nach außen greift oder sowas. Oder von außen nach ganz innen. So, Target Append. Am Anfang ist das Element leer. Und dann sollte man noch am Schluss, naja, am Anfang ist es eben leer. Stimmt. Und dann wird auch nichts innen drin dargestellt. Let's see. Also wenn ich das neu lade, ach, gucke an, jetzt ist es leer. Aber was passiert, wenn ich hier dann sage, natürlich, $0, Doppelpunkt, Doppelpunkt, C, dot, table, data. Reihenfolge wahrscheinlich nicht. Hm? Hm. Nee, ist ja nichts drin. Ähm, okay. Und observe. Wrong here. Mm, data gemacht. Caption name. Hm. Caption. Ah. Das nicht erkennen. Daten vielleicht doch oben definieren. Also eigentlich ist es sowieso der sauberere Weg. Okay, 2 Stunden sind noch übrig. Leider ins Bett. That's the Now let's get to this. More errors. Table class. Aha. Now it happened. So when I change the data, the whole thing will be re-rendered. Let's change it again and give it some combination. Caption, let's say we have a caption and a body. Could be on. Let's make it. Caption key body. Everything is good. Everything fine so far. So it changes depending on the observable data. Okay. But actually, I would like to try. You can throw out all those because able to let's kill the classes. because more was more likely than not defined by the user. I do not want to some um okay. So classes are out here because I expect people to define their own classes. Table is empty. Caption and body. Aha. Caption T-body. That's okay. Now, let's look up the list. I have a list somewhere, what I wanted to. Okay, what did I do? I explained the blog post. I explained how you couldn't do it, why you couldn't do it. I explained the web components, how they are defined, how they are stored. This is the hold my beer moment. Yeah, it's already in there. Coding session, not done yet. We have the architecture. We have the components that I want, not all of them in the table, but those that I want. And also we have the, no, not yet the functionality. So there is no, okay, I didn't forget anything so far. Make that smaller. And caption data MC, body data MC. So what do we want to do next? We want to hand over data. And we will start with the caption element because this one is the easiest. It only takes a thing. And by the way, TypeScript save, I will not do for now. I will define them as loose objects. Okay. Let's start with table. And by the way, I wanted to test. Me. Yep. Now, inside table at this point, ja, bin ich mir nicht ganz sicher jetzt im Moment. Ich will es nur erst mal probieren. Ups. Ähm, Caption. Oh, ein Undefined. Oh, Month. Solution, but the fastest. Awesome table. Okay. Um, Mhm. Ey, der Debugger von. Offensichtlich ist der Debugger von Chromium ziemlich scheiße. Da kann man nicht einfach Ausgaben weglassen. Kurz auf der Toilette. Don't visit to the man's room. I think I have overcomplicated that. Try again. Um, okay, if caption, new awesome table data. Okay. Caption. Super target. Gleich überprüfen. Okay. Really want to know what you're doing here. What I expect, that would be really, really. Hmm? Aha. Hmm. Hmm. Ah. Oh. Daten müssen immer gesetzt werden. Ähm, so auch durch. Caption Data. Sehr schön. Das ist auch korrekt. Okay. Gut. Hm. Ich höre das Klingeln. Data.foot. Ja, Typen, da kommen wir noch dazu. Constable Data. Okay. Um, okay, but it has done nothing with it. Title. Um, no, there's nothing in it yet. You mean because you do not see anything here? Data is not yet in there. So the table is actually there, but it's empty. As you see here, nothing in there. If I would edit this, would probably be a here. So now it's about handing over the data. And caption is the easiest part because it's only a string. Okay, 1 hour is left. Let's see how far we get. Yes. This is, so to say, the table title, according to MDN. Ooh. Okay. Now let's bring the caption data onto the page. Okay, this is just a test. Table data is, caption is table title, and caption.ts, we have this.data is data, target, console log caption data, okay. Dot data again gets here, should be why do I have caption? There's something in table. Perf. This.data is string. What do you mean? That assignment in caption? Caption is a string here in the test data. Not yet. Not yet. What I do now is I have some example data, like table data here. And just to test it, when I do my table, I make all the setup up to here, and then I, just for test, put the table data in there. At which point it should run this callback with data, looks up whether data.caption is in there, and then instantiates the caption element with data.caption. Like here, caption. What code is wrong? Tell me a line. So far, everything is correct, I think. No. This is all about the code here. This is not the caption element. Constructor in caption. Okay, now. This is the constructor, data. Super target. This dot data is data. What's wrong here? Which line? Yes, that's right. I was at it. I was at it. Yes. This is just to hand over the data when it's constructed. So, what I should do or can do here, pretty easy. This dot target dot inner HTML. This should be more compelling. So is data. No, in fact, data string is something. This point data is data. We hand over the data. But we only observe it when we reached the caption part. Okay. Then, when the data changes, let's make it safe. And then Stuff, data is string. Okay. See that. Caption data table title, that's okay. Okay. Oh, caption data is test. Okay. Ja, aber warum hat er immer noch die... Gut, eben. Ja. So, aber eine Sache ist mir nicht egal. Caption nicht. Hm. I don't have to observe, I don't have to do this in init because right here, new table caption, this here is the constructor. So it will be again in here, and here I have it. So let me try this. Ah, a bit too much. Oh, still have. Immer noch 7. This.data ist Data, ja. Data ist ein Parameter. This.data ist die Property. 17. Observe this, die Property mit dem Namen Data. Ich könnte auch einfach sagen, observe this, weil wir haben nur eine Property hier oben. Deshalb reicht observe this. Three times caption. Mal kurz doch. Gerade die ganzen Sachen durcheinander. Aber da kommt er nie hin. Mindestens ein bisschen näher ran. Aber jetzt ist immer noch die Frage, warum er dreimal durch den Konstruktor läuft. Achso, die anderen Teile machen aus, deshalb können wir. I make it so that I can pass the data to the constructor. So if all of these elements are can be used standalone. So if you have a normal table and you put an awesome table head in there, that should work also. It must. That's a problem, as always. If it is a web component, by definition, it must work by putting HTML into the template, like the HTML tag, and it must also work as a constructor. So, right? Except me for some reasons. Point is, it should be possible in general, just to work the same way than normal web components do. Native vanilla JavaScript web components. By the way, as an information, you can also programmatically instantiate normal JavaScript components, web components. Oh, by the way, yes, table title, there it is. It has done it. But there is still one. Yes. You know what? If you do create element, you have to stick to the HTML conventions to hand over data. So what you would have to do, you would have to make a custom attribute to hand over data as a string, like JSON stringify data element. And that's something that's possible, of course, but no, it's not a bad thing. It's possible, of course, but then if you do it my way, so to say, which is not really my way, if you do it by using the new directive, um, then you can hand in data like just like this here. But I still have a problem here because I do not understand why this console log is being called 3 times. Like this here, over here. It's 3 times this event. Why did it get there 3 times? Okay, first time, constructor runs, and returns. Then, second time, on init, if target tag name is caption, return. That's absolutely clear. Table caption, gonna create element caption. dc.add. At this point, when new is called, it should skip over this. Wait. Solar log. Aber even easier. Bugger. What do we have it for? So, here. Doesn't stop. Uh, bugs me. Oh, this point. Um, ah, table data is empty first. Will then be set. method, like what? Sticking to the document, people do document create element. You can make it a method, yes. About that later. Ah, good. Sorry. Table data, of course, object. Object. Data in here. So after real table, which would mean there is nothing. Now it's only one. Still only one. Correct. Okay. But is it? What was the difference between last time and this time? Hmm, okay. 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 Now it works correctly. Okay. Um, I think I should stop coding for now. I have half an hour left. I think it would be a good time to wrap up what we have. Um, we have proven that we can write web components, store them in the web component repository, and those web components can define normal DOM tags, like standard HTML elements. That was, so to say, the hold my beer effect of this session. Okay, then we showed data splitting. That's nice. I bet this is possible. What you mean web components that create standard elements? I'm doubt I'm doubtful. This you would have to prove. Because there is a certain trick in there. Otherwise, it wouldn't work programmatically. Did you try that in Yozo? I tried. I tried to give back the. First, you cannot assign this in the constructor. It's a read-only property. That's why you cannot. And this is the web component. Yeah, try it. You can have a method that does it. You can have a method that does it. But then how would you automate it? It's about automation without calling a method. Ooh. Can you show me some code? Like in Discord? How you would do it? Just go to my yeah, to my general chat. Yeah. Okay, just so that I see what the functionality is. Um, yeah. Okay. Where is the snippet? Directly in a direct message. On Discord, you said. Something. Yes, it's in my server somewhere. Let me look it up. Coding problems. Ah, yeah. Element P. Yes, that's a trivial, of course. Yeah. Hey, Hugo. Uh, for today, I'm already finished. We are wrapping up what happened today. But if you want to, I can show you what I've got. Um, yeah. Um, okay. I use the technology. Um, I use the technology we have been talking about. Um, I wanted to have a web component that I can save inside the web component registry that is custom elements. And when I put an HTML tag that resembles a web component in the DOM, what you would expect would be a tag like my dash tag with this tag name, my tag. Yeah. So what I achieved today is I created a table, and I mean a real table. It is defined. It is defined like a web component. But once it renders, once this web component renders, it does not say it's awesome table. It says it's table, the normal DOM table, the normal HTML element. And also, I was able to hand over data to this table, which then by observable by changing the state was able to render yet now the first element, a caption. Yeah. So that's about it. The code for the other elements is already there, like head, body, foot of a table. It's already there. Only the rendering must be adapted. So for now, I was closing because I have an appointment very early tomorrow, and I set myself a limit for 11:30, which is in 15 minutes or so. Yeah. So like, if I change the data here, data is here. Hugo, there you are. Yeah, I think so. It is nice. I have several uh, requirements for the code that kind of force me to use a certain technique. That's why the code doesn't look as concise. Well, let's say it is concise, but it is not as uncomplicated as I want it to be. So do not want to. Yeah. I mean, it's something. The table is something here, like 70, 80 lines. Should be it so. 80 lines for the table. And 10 of these lines are example data. By the way, I can uncomment the other parts. I save it and build it. Then you see all the other elements appear as well, right here. Oh, wrong field. Okay. Okay. Um, yeah. Ah, now I know what happens there. Yeah. It merges in. It merges in the data. Observable objects get merged if I replace it. No. Okay. I have to look into that. Yeah, that's as far as I am. So basically it's okay. But in detail, we will in detail I will have to um, refine it, perhaps make it more readable. In fact, I hoped I would be done in this one session. Now it doesn't look like it. Um, that was due to several reasons. In the beginning, I had problems setting up my system. I still have problems because the YouTube chat doesn't connect to my OBS. Took me an hour to find out that I cannot do it right now. Then what I should have done before is set up the development system. Another half an hour. I started around 6 o'clock, so at 8:30 I was finally able to do some programming. 8:30 or no, yeah, no, 8 o'clock. Between 8 o'clock and 8:30 I was finally able to do some programming. It started nice, but then I ran into some problems that I had to solve. Yeah. Yeah. No, 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 no. That's pretty normal, Hugo. Um, the YouTube chat should actually make it not to the Twitch chat, not inside there, but it should make it to my overlay in OBS. So what you see on the screen, full screen, on the right side, like up there. This is where it doesn't appear. No, not that I knew about that. Lots of people, at least there are lots of people out there that definitely do it. Multi-screen, multi-chat. That's pretty common. Yeah, I think so too. Everybody's doing it. Yeah. Oh, but I really don't like that. I mean, Maybe it's my software and I must find something new because I run a Windows software under Linux and probably there's a new update, something like that, that I don't know of. Let me look up OBS, the Castle Labs overlay. Yeah, Castle Labs only shows YouTube, shows Twitch. That. Yeah. Hmm. Well, anyway, I think for today, this wraps it up. And I will most probably continue tomorrow. Yeah, I have progress. I do have progress. Yeah, okay. So if you like to, I think tomorrow evening I'll be streaming again. Um, yeah, Fruchterhaare. Any feedback is good. I mean, I know that especially what I'm doing today is something that you were skeptical from the beginning, but I don't mind. I mean, uh, let's. I just take it as an experience for today, and hopefully that I'm hopeful. I hope that I can finish it tomorrow and get it to the point where I can say, okay, that's it. By the way, one last look. Let's have a look at how big the result is of what we have programmed so far. Um, where is it? It's awesome table. Should be in dist. Awesome table min.js. 10 kilobytes. 10 kilobytes is not a lot, I guess. I mean, if I could put the basic functionality in like, uh, if, if it finally becomes 20 kilobytes, yeah, I can live with that. But I don't think it will be that much. I mean, I already have all the elements in there that I wanted to code. So the skeleton is complete. Yeah, maybe. I don't think it will be that much. I expect if I roll out what I have for all the other elements, I will be at 12 kilobytes, and that will be enough to, that should be enough to show everything, to show a complete table with header, footer, body, data, maybe, yeah. I mean, there's lots of things that you could do, like like being able to navigate the table with cursors and things like that. But for right now, I just want to display data, and I want to display data in a head, and in the head and in the footer. That's about it, and I should be able to finish that tomorrow. Now that all the hard stuff, the tedious stuff is done, so to say. Yeah, it already does. I just have to roll it out for the other elements, which requires some array handling, but who cares? Also, there will be some CSS, of course, so that you can properly see it. Yeah. Yeah. And then in the end, also, this result that I have, anybody can use it. Just import it to his website, and he can use it right away, even in another framework. Yeah. Okay. So I'm happy with the results in the end, but not really happy with what the code looks like right now. And I think it was a bit tedious to code this. But on the other hand, this is kind of system programming. So this is second level of knowledge, where stuff like that, even third level, because we are down to the HTML. Yeah. Okay. Don't know whether you've heard it. Um, my alarm is going off, so it's 11:30. So all of you, I wish you all a nice evening, and let's meet tomorrow. Bye bye. Yeah. So see ya. Sleep well. Yeah, thank you. Okay, good night.